And good morning, everyone. And realizing I'm on the wrong screen. Good morning. And oh, come on. Really? Why did you not remove that? Or I think more precisely, why did you keep the other one? Why did you turn the other one on? It is that kind of morning today. Yeah, you should be off. Hide that. Let's try that again. There we go. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of you who work under that schedule, it is my first day of this week because yesterday was a holiday, Victoria Day here. I hope the week started well for all of you, that you're energized for the rest of it. My holiday went well, very well actually. Took it easy, yeah, very easy. Played some Hydroneer in the morning. I mean, the weekend itself was good. Did have a slight issue in that Sunday I realized that I'd forgotten to get the mozzarella from my rigatoni. Good morning, Angel. How are you doing today? So once I was done all the food prep I needed to do, which takes a while, I had to head to the grocery store to grab that and come back because I'm sorry, but I do not have rigatoni without it being gratiné. That is mandatory. Thursday, you're going to make a cake. Oh, very nice. Friday, you have a holiday called Shavuot. It's a holiday where you eat dairy food, get shot from a water gun, and if you're unlucky, you get an egg thrown on you. So your husband asks you to make a cake from his childhood. Interesting. Very interesting. That's an interesting holiday, I gotta say. I hope you have fun. You have it once a year. Well, that's how most holidays go. They're usually annual thing every year. Well, every specific holiday. But yeah, it was a good holiday. Like I said, I watched. I played Hydroneer like for 5-6 hours. And then I made my classic rigatoni. I made too much of it. I always do. That is something I really need to get better at it. Hey Lucas, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? When I bake like that, I always bake way more than I should. Good, enjoying yourself with some music. Very nice. And basically, what I need to do is stop making so much. It did not go to waste. I portioned what was left, put that in the freezer. It'll be treats for over the coming months. The thing is, that's not the goal. The goal is to make enough that I can enjoy it for the holiday, that it will leave me nice and full, or maybe a little overstuffed, like it's a holiday. But then there's nothing left. So I need to get better. Okay. I want to say, to be fair, it's the first time I've made the rigatoni in a very long time, but that's not even true. I knew I was making way too much. I just didn't care. So, okay, you'll also make a cursed potato. What is that? That I'm going to leave that. Oh, I need to add something. And to make sure that, oh, forget to add something else. To make sure I'm a little more reasonable, I've actually updated the recipe with the new quantities. You don't do, but you have a deadline. Okay. The transfer. Curse the transfer is bad. I bet you don't. But do you have a deadline for this book or something else you do? I don't know how to finish stuff in time. I do not do deadlines. The deadlines don't work for me. Okay, I need to edit that. When it comes to finishing stuff, I don't know that I have an easy anything to go with that, because with me, so long as I can stay motivated with the story, I want to reach the conclusion, and I stick to my schedule, and I just keep going. It was going to make creamed potato. Oh, I see. When you're writing, every time you finish, you get someone to read it, and then they give you a deadline for the next chapter. Should be done, or else I will never do it. Honestly, like you're gonna have to figure out your process. Maybe find a website, find a community that where you can post your chapters. Like I don't know where I am not into historical fiction, so I don't know where you could post that. But if you can find a place where you can post, where people, hell, go to Royal Road. Like, I'm not saying you're going to get a lot of traction. I don't know how. Come on, type. Go here. Like, if a schedule, you feel you never have time in the day where you don't do nothing. Well, that's the thing. A schedule is not about finding the time where you don't do nothing. It's about prioritizing what you do. Now, having said that, life does get in the way. Like, I do this for a living, so my schedule is built around this being my work. You have a different job, you have a family, you have things to take care of, so you need to take that into account when you schedule stuff. But at some point, you need to sit down and literally go, where are my priorities? Once this needs to be done has been dealt with, the rest of the time, you need to decide, what do you want to do with it? Because it's easy to go, I want to be a writer, I want to write, but to then spend your evening watching TV and playing video games. That's going to keep you busy, but it is not going to get the writing done. If you want to be a writer, and I'm not saying publish, I'm not saying, a professional, a publisher, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you want to write stories, you need to make the time to write. It's not about looking for where you don't have anything else to do. It's about making the time to write. When I had a full-time job, when I was a trucker, I would get up 2 hours early to get my writing done. Officially, my day started at 8 a.m. Trucking is not a fixed thing, so I had to adjust at times. But officially, my day started at 8 a.m. So at 6 a.m., I was up and I was writing for 2 hours. Then I started my day. And yeah, I went to bed earlier because of that. But that's the thing. You have to, if you want to write, if you are serious about writing, you want to make the time for it. Try it. This is about figuring things out. One, it's about sticking with it. It's about sitting down when you don't really feel like it. Okay, again, you don't do this for a living, so this is not as. But if you want to train yourself to write, when I say for people who want to write seriously, that's what I mean. I don't mean you want to earn a living at it. I mean you want to be serious about the act of writing. You need to stick with it. You cannot go, I don't feel like it, so I'm not going to do it today. You can't do that. If you want to be serious about writing, you have to schedule a certain amount of time, ideally at the same time every day, and you want to show up and work on it. It will not be easy because you're going to fight your schedule. Your body is used to how things should be done, and you're going to be fighting that for a while. And that means it will not be easy. But the more you do it, the more your body gets used to it, the more your mind gets used to it, and the easier it gets to do that. And that's the thing. Like, if serious writing is what you are interested in, that's how you've got to go about it. You need to make the time, find a place that will work. Like for me, it wasn't the morning because that's when I've got all my energy. When I was trucking, I used to, at first I did it in the afternoon after when my day was work, and it was a slog. I did it, but it was not enjoyable. I was out of emotional energy. Like I had to really, really struggle to get my words out. And, then my mom suggested, well, do it in the morning. And I went, nah, never going to work. And eventually I went, oh, I've got nothing else to lose, so I'll try it. And yeah, that's what worked for me. Hey, Cherna, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What are you up to? I'll try usually turn up my stream, so maybe you can work there. Definitely not a morning person. You can barely think, feels like before 8:30 a.m. Well, yes, try it. And it's possible that you'll find out that morning is not your time, but then look for the time. Like, when do you feel energized? And see if you can make use of that. Again, you have a job, you have a family, so those people, all of that needs to come first. Life needs to come first. But after that, try to make the best, find the best time in that. Night, definitely, okay. Well, okay, like don't sacrifice your sleep. As I said, life needs to come first. Stream was good, Shorna. A bit slow. I think you're all feeling it today. And you think that's just about today? Okay. All right, well, have fun. Have a good rest of your day. But yeah, like if you feel that the end of the day is where you're more energized, where you're more creative, Lucas, try that. Maybe set aside an hour before you go to bed. And tell your family, tell the people around you that you are not available for that time. And just try it. Now, and extra to that, I'm going to suggest create a workspace. Create a place where that's all you do, if you can. Like I have my gaming set up over there, and I have my work set up over here. That way, I never have the temptation of going, oh, you know what? It could be fun to play a game right now. Because there's no game on this. When I want a game, I go over there. So if I go during the day, it'd be fun to game something. I literally have to walk all the way over there. And you'd be surprised how, at least for me, how powerful the idea that I have to change workplace is. Because to me, it's basically admitting that, I don't want to write. If it's strong enough, I will simply take the day off. I'm allowed. It's part of my schedule and all that. But many, many times, like I'll be here and go, you know what? Maybe I could play some Hydroneer, and then I'll just go, I gotta go there. You know what? Let's just keep writing. I'll do that tonight. Fair, right now, you just do it at your usual desk. You have a small room, that you don't use. If you have the ability to create a workspace, that's my advice. If you have a computer, like if you have a desk that you can dedicate to that, a computer that you can dedicate to that. Like I said, I've got my laptop, it's here. Because this frames your mind in, I am now sitting here. This is a workspace. This is what I will do while I am here. Again, it's not going to be easy to start with. There's going to be temptation to, do something else. Like, play games, start solitaire and stuff like that. But you want to avoid that. You only have one computer, but you're mostly on your tablet. Okay, well, if you write mostly on your tablet, bring your tablet there. Create an environment that is conducive to your writing. that will, again, like, I don't know what is, like, I don't know for you what will be conducted, but, place books, put posters of your inspiration, have music in the background that lends itself to you thinking creatively. Like, all kind of things like that. And delete games. If your tablet has games and you're going to work on it, remove the games. Because it's too easy to give into temptation when it's right there. That's the thing about temptation. The best way to fight temptation is to not have it there. Again, for me, the distance between my standing desk and my sitting desk is enough to, remove the temptation. Because I'm going to have to go there. But, if I had a game of solitaire on here, I can guarantee you that every so often I would turn it on. Now, the stream is another aspect that for me works to keep me on task. Because if I start playing games, you guys are going to know about it and you can call me out on it. There will be a game that will be played when Riftopia is done, is playing. But that is a few minutes every half hour. And that serves as a bit of a break. Hey, Huntress, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? How are you feeling, Huntress? I hope you are healing properly. All right. This being Tuesday morning, it is Read and Corrects. So I will get going on that. You're doing all right. Thank you. A lot better. Very good. Recovering at home now. Very nice. Take it easy. I know you mentioned that the kind of recovery you need is not the kind that prevents you from working, but still, take it easy. Just no one really watches and feel like they're alone. You'll fall out for someone they're writing, talking topic. Well, then maybe, Lucas, what might work for you is find other writing stream. There's at every time of the day, I can guarantee you that if you look at writing and reading, the category, you will find someone writing. And maybe join them, write with them. Now, the thing you will have to be cautious of is to not turn this into, just talking about writing with them. Like, I'm not saying don't do it, but you have to keep in mind that it is going to be a writing thing. And if you want to stream, here's the other thing to keep in mind. People will discover you over time. If you do it at the same time every day, or if you have a fixed schedule, you can put a message on your stream, I stream, at these days at that hour. And then people can learn that you're there. When I started this, nobody showed up. Because they didn't know I was there. It is something that will happen over time. But you need to stick with it. The more you do it, the more it will happen. And over time, you will gain a community. but yeah, like nearly all the time relating to this, it's about sticking with it, even though it feels like you're not really gaining anything. Make friends, collab. I have a couple of friends who do stuff like crafting, stream doing it together. Someone else, like Kinder said, not sure the whole stream together thing on Twitch is something done in the writing community. Well, I mean, it's there. I don't do it because when I'm writing, and I'm like, being in a verbal, auditive conversation with somebody else is far more disruptive to me than being like that, because I can focus on my writing and not pay attention to the chat. If somebody's talking to me verbally, that becomes difficult. So, but the thing is, that is me. If if it works for Lucas, then they should try that and lean into it. Again, it's about finding what will work for you, what will keep you writing. For me, initially, my word count list spreadsheet was it. Like before I streamed and all that, this here is what kept me writing. Because I would track my word count, and I would see that every day I had gotten something in, and over time I saw that the numbers kept going up. So that motivated me to keep going. It may not work for other people. Again, like it's about trying stuff until you find what works, and it's about sticking with it. It's about overcoming the, this is hard hurdle, I don't like it, and sticking in it long enough that you can go, okay, this is no longer because I'm trying something new, this really is not working. Because yeah, if you only try something one day or two, of course it's not gonna work. Because we're not wired to switch things on and off. We need to train ourselves to them. Like if you're able, I would say try a method for a month on a regular schedule. And if after that month of doing it regularly, and I mean like seriously, you realize that it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Try something else. But you need to give it time. You need to work at it. Again, this is the thing. This is something that I'm not addressing you with that, Lucas, but it's something that many new writers come into thinking that writing is going to be easy. That they're just going to have to look at the page and the words are going to appear. Unfortunately for them, it is not. Writing, like any kind of craft, takes work. Some have it a little easier than others, but they still have to work at it. Talent is not really a thing. It's a leg up, but it is not a thing. No one has sat down their first time and written a masterpiece. I don't care what story they're telling you. No one. Some learn faster than others. I'm one of those. Once I started applying to writing, it was hard, but once I applied myself to it, I learned fairly quickly. I have that aptitude, but I still had to work at it. I got tons and tons of unfinished story until I tried something that worked. And I went, oh, so that's how I've got to do it. And then I had to try other things to tweak things so that it would work better. And now, like, I have a system that I think is pretty good. It is fully functional. It is fairly well streamlined. It is not the most productive in that because I have to work on multiple projects throughout the week, I'm not producing as much of any one project. But I need to do that, otherwise I'm going to burn out. So, it's a sacrifice I had to make to keep writing long term. Because to me, that's the important thing. I want to write long term. But yeah, find a method. Like, first thing is work out a schedule, ideally every day. If you're able to create a workspace, do that. Once you've got those two done, or once you have the schedule, follow that schedule for a month, as close to it as you can. Again, life will happen. There's nothing we can do about that, and life always needs to come first. In your schedule, be reasonable. Don't put your schedule as writing for 3 hours a day. You're brand new, it ain't going to work. If all you can do right now is 15 minutes, do 15 minutes. As you train yourself, as you become more used to it, as you build up your endurance, however short you start will stretch longer. Because you don't want to burn yourself out. That's another thing new writers tend to do, is they try so hard that they burn themselves out. So, build a schedule that works for your life and your current level of endurance. Stick to it for at least a month. Then see how you feel. And when I say stick to it, like, look at the page and write something. If you're unable to write on the story you want to write something else. Worst comes to worst, write. I cannot write today. I cannot write today. I cannot write today. Write that for however long your schedule is. Trust me, you'll have written that 12 or 13 times and you'll write something else after that. But write. Copy another book, but write. Train yourself to write. That's the important thing. Because if you want to be a writer, if we want to do writing, we have to do the writing. Like, it's in the name. It's called writing. It's got to get done. And down the line, like, if you try 20 different things and they never work, something to consider is writing the method you actually want to do. There are people out there who are purely world builders. They build worlds and worlds and worlds and worlds, and they can't write stories in them because that's not what they want to do. We need, and I'm not saying that, to give up. Like, if you want to be a writer, you can be a writer, so long as you're willing to stick with it and put in the work. But something that's going to be very, very helpful to writers is honesty. Being honest with ourselves as to why we want to write and what the consequences of that decision are. Because writing for the wrong reason is going to complicate things, or at least have you work in a way that is not conducive to that reason. Alrighty, I do need to get to my reading corrects because I got at least 7. I've got at least 6 chapters to get through, hopefully 7. So, for those who are new, this is when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. I am recording this, so while that is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. I will address what was said during while I was recording after the fact. And I will start by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am going to start the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 24 of Mind Your Step. Heather looked like she couldn't believe what Tibbs had done worked as she rolled her. Okay. That needs to be reworked. Okay. Heather rolled. Heather rolled her shoulder, looking like she couldn't believe what Tibbs had done worked. It's always better to put the action first and then whatever thought process, or what in this case Tibbs perceives. Why was it painful? I've been healed before, and it never was. He walked around the tree in his way. Those were purity clerics. I used fever. She glanced at him, putting her arm through all its motion, swatting branches in the process. Just how many elements do you have? 12. She froze, staring at him. How is that possible? I don't know. Not really. How much should he tell her? He had promised or answers, but it wasn't like she'd have ways to know when he held back something. He held something back. Which would only make things worse between them if she somehow found out what he hadn't told. Okay, I know what I was going for. Found out he hadn't told her the truth. When I had my first audience with Water, she appeared to me as a woman. I saw something within her. He did his usual attempt at finding a better word to describe it, but had to fall back to the usual approximation, a shadow of her element. I chose that instead of her, and she got me to get audiences with earth, fire, air, and fire. That's impossible. You can't have audiences with other elements. He chuckled. And yet, I had them and got the shadow of those elements. After that, she told me to get one with corruption, purity, light, and darkness. I thought I was done, but when someone tried to murder me by planting a sword in my chest, I had an audience with metal. She stared again, and Rupert jumped on her shoulder, arms loaded with nuts, then went down to a pocket and stuffed them in it. She glared at the departing squirrel. I'm not your wagon. Put them in Tyrone's pockets. All full, Rupert replied from the branches. She shrugged. He'd stopped paying attention to his coming and goings, and what he stuffed in his pockets not long after he'd exited Carliac's influence. I'm a thief. I'd made enemies. He had no interest in going over the details of how that had happened, and it wasn't relevant to his element. I went to Water for an explanation. Yes, I've had more than one audience with Water, and found out she hadn't set me on anything. This was all my choice. I could get as many elements as I wanted, or as few. I'd just interpreted her advice that way when she told me to speak with corruption about the problem I had then. So you're just going around having as many audiences as you can so you can become powerful and take down the guild. He rubbed his left forearm. Why? They aren't good people. People are people, she countered. You can't blame the organization for something a few of them did. I can when it keeps happening. He snapped and forced himself to breathe. My teacher thought he could change it from the inside, and they turned him into someone more interested in maintaining the guild's power than making things better. When it's no longer there, people will be able to be who they want to be instead of becoming its tool. Would your father have remained if he'd been given the choice? He said he doesn't like the guild, so why work with them? What did they do to him? What did they do to him so he'd consider them worthwhile people to work for. She was quiet. You think they use magic to change how he thinks about them? Magic isn't needed to change people. Even people who want to be good can be corrupted by a system until they no longer see what they're doing as bad. He looked at his hands. Or forget who else gets hurt when they give in to their anger. Not his fault, he reminded himself. He always gave them a chance to stop, to leave him be. They never listened. If you have purity, why use fever to heal me? It's more effective. Fever is the element of the body, so yours knows how your body should be and targets just what's wrong. Purity spreads throughout the body, at least the etchings I've worked out. I know clerics have better ones, but I've yet to meet one willing to teach someone without an element how to make them. She chuckled. I can't imagine why. I also don't like the lack of pain. I don't want to grow careless just because it's easy to heal myself. Fever reminds me there's a cost if I'm not careful. Getting hurt isn't enough of one? He shook his head, barely having to think back to how quick he had been with suffusing himself with purity anytime he was injured, then jumping right back into whatever had hurt him. Also, I'm not trying to get all the audiences, the way you said. For a few years after I escaped the guild, I tried, but the set of circumstances to make one possible is specific to each element, and I couldn't make those I attempted work. Metal, lightning, fever, and wood were accidents, like your audience. And that's why your eyes did that thing when you fought the deer. They were blue and gray, then blue and purple. It's related, but it took me a while to realize I could do that. Another accident. When I came back from my fourth audience, I discovered I could hear the dungeon speak. I didn't think much of it. I was too busy surviving, but we became friends. He'd also thought little of gaining life as an element, but that he wasn't mentioning. I'm going to italize that. That he wasn't mentioning. That must have made things easier. Was your run easier because I'm a friend with Karliak? Dungeons have rules. I'm a thief, so I get them to bend them here. I get them bent here and there, but I never asked him to break one for me. Well, after my 8th audience, I found I could put a lot more essence into one element at a time. Before that, my reserves, he tapped his chest, were so small I had to rely on amulets. That's how I discovered what I know about them. I still do. He added, and she glanced at his bracers. He sensed the beginning of the field and looked up. Rupert, you need to come back. We're getting close. He focused on Arthur again. That was also an accident. We were fighting for our lives outside the dungeon. The guild wasn't protecting the town from the attack, so we had to do it. Then I had to deal with how each element affected me when I channeled it. Not long after that, I escaped the guild and traveled. After a few years of failed attempt at audience, I stopped trying. I couldn't put myself through what was needed. Dying. Rupert jumped onto his shoulders, eating a worm. That's actually not part of it. It's the fear, the terror that comes before, as you realize you're about to die. He laughed as he realized something. That's why you didn't get Earth. You didn't feel the fear once you hit the stone, but while you flew toward it. He frowned. It doesn't explain why you didn't get air, he considered. Unless the combination of our etching had imparted so much force that it was what was most around you? I don't remember hitting anything. You were in your audience by then. I got wood when the first wild dungeon I found tried to kill me. Lightning, I got channeling metal during a storm as armor. Fever was from another attempt to kill me. They used fever as a fever-based poison, and I didn't realize it in time to do something about it. She frowned. And that's what gave you the eye thing? Every fourth audience? It was months before I realized I could channel 2 elements at the same time. I was in a fight for my life again. I was desperate for a way to escape and tried an old trick that had hurt, but worked. Only here, because I was channeling both elements, it was much more effective. He looked away from her calculating expression. Justestian, is that why you didn't want to go in? That was the part I couldn't work out. You aren't usually destructive, at least not to that level. You stole from the university, and I'm guessing there was an adventure there, and they went after you, or they sent, they sent them after you, and you had to pull that to escape them. Her eyes grew wide. Abyss, do you have any idea how many people died? Couldn't you have come up with something else? He didn't give me a choice. Of the anger, and I didn't know what would happen. I didn't know that would happen. When I tried it when I last tried it, the destruction had been no larger than the plaza we were fighting in. Walls would have been singed and broken. Some people might have gotten hurt, but if he'd just let me go, it wouldn't have been so bad. You got angry, she said in a flat tone. You think I wanted to? He snapped. I pleaded with him to stop. What he wanted was already gone anyway, but he'd recognized me and... He closed his mouth. I wasn't returning to the guild. You should... She took a breath. What happened then? He shrugged, his anger ebbing. I used my time on the smuggler's trail to figure out what had happened. That fire? He nodded. If I channel two elements that are aligned, their personality is the best approximation I have for it, take over, and these are the results. I have it mostly under control now. She mulled something over. That's why I caught up with you. You spent time not moving, working on that. Not for that. I wouldn't have known where you'd gone until you had another fanciful character. If I hadn't taken the time, I would have been a threat to everyone. And that's how you know so much about the elements. He snorted. Reading is how I know the little I do. Why I've been able to help you is almost entirely based on how my training went, and some of what I've learned experimenting and surviving without the guild or a team. He slowed, frowning. What's wrong? She asked, hands on the pommel of her sword and searching the trees. It's not here. The village had entered his range, and something felt odd. What I sensed of the essence around me grew stronger. A mix of my audience and using it as much as I do to survive. I can't get details at this distance, but there's something unusual about the village. How far is it? She asked. Far. I don't know the size of my sense. He looked at the sun through the canopy. We should reach it before dark. Wait. Wait. When you call back, where? Rupert? Okay. Oh, no, okay. He sensed the beginning of the field. Okay. He looked at the sun through the canopy. We should reach it before dark. Why did you call me back if there's that much time? Rupert demanded. Do you have any idea how much I can eat in that time? I am not getting you if you eat so much you can't walk, he said. Neither am I, Heather added, and I hope we get there before dark. I don't want to spend another night without someone keeping me warm. The nights aren't that cold, Tibbs protested. And if you feel they are, I can make sure you don't get cold. I thought you had no interest in getting into my bed. He stared. Call it having sex, then? I thought you were cold. Could you have used your element to keep me warm in the snow? Yes, but you would have asked questions I wasn't ready to answer. She nodded, then fell silent, which only lasted a few heartbeats before she asked him to demonstrate each of his elements, then using two at the same time, then asked him to elaborate on some of the explanations. He realized she wasn't uncurious. It was that her curiosity was targeted toward things that she felt were important, and he couldn't know ahead of time what those would be. When she became curious, she reminded him of Karina and Dawn. He pulled his sense as they approached the village for the extra precision, and when they reached the fields, he could finally tell what the oddity was. There were clusters of life essence that stood out to him. There was the usual spread of thin essence throughout the village, but here and there it was so dense he'd think a dozen people stood in the space occupied by one. He also realized a stone wall was being built away from the wooden palisade. He remembered refugees when he'd first come, but they must have settled and forced the village to grow. It might be a town now. Did this mean Tolaris knew about Rocania? The village had worked hard to remain unnoticed by the city. It was late enough, the fields were deserted, the wheat still young. Once the partially constructed wall came into view, he led Heather around. When they reached the now wider road, with ruts of many carts traveling it, he headed for the gate. Rupert, he called, and the squirrel came running. In, and remained silent until I figure out what's going on. I can help, he said, slipping inside the vest. I can sneak around and be a better rogue than you. This isn't the sneaking around kind of situation. One of the cluster of life essence was by the opening of the stone wall, but he didn't see the group he'd expect, especially with the sun now touching the treetop. Only the two standing guard, one with normal faint essence and the other with enough. We're travelers, he told Ether. He could only think of one way someone gained dense life essence. And Cardiac had talked about adjusting things for others. He should have realized someone here would have become aware of them. Sure we are, she said with a snort. I've been here before. If they recognize me, they'll call me Tillian. Tillian. Another name. You need to stop using. Another Thai name. You need to stop. You need to use different ones. All those Thai give you away, Tyrone. She stared at him. He stared at her. It hadn't occurred to him the names he'd used was part of how she tracked him. I left on good terms, but that was well over a year ago. Things have changed. The wall is new. The village was packed with refugees when I left. Why did you start the rebellion in Tolaris? She asked. I never understood that part. It's out of character for you. I didn't start it, I just helped. And they stabbed him in the back for it. Is what happened there the reason you changed how you did things? He stared again. Even here, you created a character to get the money so you can access their library. Afterward, you changed it. I almost missed it was you in Chesistian because they don't have a library or university. I didn't know about Justitian until news of the theft reached me. No, it was that chance meeting, the one where you bought fabric. You mentioned enough about the person you were chasing. I realized that part made me predictable. He paid attention to the cluster he felt in the town. If each one was an Omega runner, there was 5 teams worth of them. How many had died in Carliac for this many to have reached a point they could have their audience? Was that part of those that where those refugees had vanished to? He cursed quietly. What was he supposed to do if people in the village had been feeding them to Carliac? Problem? Heather asked. A possible complication. I won't know until I know. I wasn't expecting this. I had Carliac move to avoid this. He shook his head at her questioning expression. They were getting close to the guards, and he didn't know how to explain it. The expressions were not welcoming when the guards fixed their gaze on them. Stop, the woman with the dense essence ordered, eyes on Heather. Who are you and what do you want? I'm Tullian, he said, not taking a chance. I'm Heather. I told them I'm Rupert. He grumbled in Tibbs's mind, but you won't let me. We're traveling seeking shelter from the night. He could sense the ruts in the path all the way to the main road. We saw the path and figured there would be shelter. You from this city? She asked, not looking away from Heather. No, we traveled from Chesistian. Chesistian. We walked around the city. The guards didn't look inviting. And we do? The man on the other side of the opening asked. Heather chuckled. Compared to them, they looked like they expected a rebellion or something. This is going to have to teach her how to lie. The night, the woman said, finally looking away from her to Tibbs. I want you gone by the time the sun's up. We will. So long as one of the people he'd met in his previous time here had survived, he'd be able to explain their extended stay. If they'd all died during their runs, they wouldn't be happy, but they could set up camp not far from Carliac. Second building on the left is where you're staying. She motioned them in. A few steps past the stone wall, he opened his vest. Rupert, peek over my shoulder. Tell me when she stops looking at us. The squirrel crawled up until his head passed his shoulder, and Tibbs headed for the building she directed them to. What was up with with staring at me? Heather asked, and he cursed himself for yet another potential complication he hadn't considered. Your eyes. It bothers me she didn't bring that up. The building was a recent addition between the stone wall and the still standing wooden palisade. Although he sensed no guards there. The foundation was stone, the board and beam fresh, 2 stories, a trough and post for the horses. A wooden path led to a barn behind the building where he sensed animals. If they went to the extent of dealing with travelers' animal, they were seeing a lot of them. She's no longer looking, Rupert said. Tibbs reached for the door. The man still? Nope, not anymore. Thank you. He returned to the street. Back in. Back in, please. Where are we going? The people I knew have a tavern deeper in. I'm hoping one of them is still around and can vouch for me to the guards. Otherwise, it will have to be making camp by Carliac or coming up with a very good reason for them to let us stay. Our money isn't good enough? It might not be. With them doing runs, they might be paranoid about strangers. How do you know they did? And of course, she'd picked up on that. They couldn't simply say Carliac had told them because she'd question why he hadn't brought it up until now. I forgot to mention, I can sense people's essence. Everyone's. You know what? That's going to be everyone's. It gets denser in people who do runs. Did you ever see the crystal Omega runners get handed when they leave their runs? I've seen it. When the essence gets dense enough, it reacts. I can do that with my sense. No one here is an element, but a number of them are ready for it. Can't they just have a harsh life? People toughen up that way. That guard was too young. At her density, her aging is barely affected. If she'd been old and rugged, it might have been possible. He nodded to a man with dense essence. Same with him. He's no more than 3 dozen winters old. You know what? This is medieval. This is so. Let's not make him, because 30 some years old is kind of old for these people. He's no more than 2 dozen winters old and looks to have a relatively easy life. It takes a lifetime of nearly dying every day for that kind of progress. Unless they have access to a dungeon. You think that's why she didn't mention my eyes? She isn't worried that I have an element? I don't know. Bards didn't sing about how adventurers got their elements. It was simply taken for granted it had happened. Maybe she thinks there's enough of them here to deal with you. If that's it, she hasn't heard the right songs. The tavern had grown. It now had a second floor with a third being built. No trough or post, so they probably didn't plan on taking in travelers. 11 people inside ready for their audience. So maybe this would be where the runners stayed? Hopefully, he'd know one of them. The archer was the most likely to have gone looking for Carliac. She'd learned to seek out the chest, and its disappearance wouldn't have sat well. It didn't mean she would have survived their runs, but she had experience surviving the wild already. The dining room was hot after the cooling evening temperature and crowded. The conversation didn't stop immediately. Someone glanced in their direction, tapped their companions, who brought them to another's attention, and the silence spread. Again, no one called out at their eyes, but with them against the door and the closest table a few paces away, they might think they were gray. Oh, that wouldn't last. He headed for the bar where a man filled the tankers. The conversation restarted, but hushed. The occupant hadn't been welcoming when he'd first arrived. These were even less so. Where they'd been dealing with overcrowding then, now they possibly had something to hide. No room. the barman said with barely glance at them. He handed the 3 tankard to a server and considered them. This time he paused on Heather before his gaze continued. Ale's a copper the tankard. You argue, he locked eyes with Heather, and I kick you out. His essence was dense. He might think he was strong enough to take her on, or that with the others they'd be enough. How about food? She asked, expression darkening. Or does this place let travelers starve? Tibbs cursed himself for not remembering her name. He wanted to keep this from escalating. Is the owner here? I'm the Thai? A man exclaimed, and Tibbs turned in time for someone to collide with him, hug and lift him. You came back! The man released him. He smiled. Leon, I'm glad you're well. He too had dense essence. He's okay, bro. The man he told the barman, I know him. And who's your friend? Liam smiled. Your very attractive friend. Those eyes are pretty. Those are pretty eyes. Leon, this is Ether. Ether, this is Leon. You wanted someone to warm your bed? He's willing. Oh, much more than willing. He took her hand and brought it to his lips. Let me make you the most special woman in Rocania. Pretty high opinion of yourself, she replied, but smiled. From what I've been told, Tibbs said, it's deserved. Everyone in the village has been in his bed. She eyed Tibbs. Not him, Leon said. I offered. He declined. Where's your sister? He asked before Heather could speak. That should be capitalized. Darna's in her office dealing with the accounts. I told her making the tavern larger was going to mean more work for her, but she never listens to me. She wants the place to... He glanced from Heather to Tibbs, looking worried, so Tibbs didn't comment on the confirmation. This was now Runner Central. Leon's expression brightened, and he put an arm around both their shoulders. Come on, let me reintroduce you. Coral! He called to the table he guided them to. Rachel, look, who came back, and he brought a friend. You two remember Talion? This is Ether. How long are you two staying? The woman at the entrance wants us out by morning, Tip said. That's Arana, Liam said, interrupting Rachel. I'll talk with her. She's not as nasty as she appears. The archer wasn't pleased. Coral snorted. She's worse. Good to see you again, Talion. Did they like all the stuff you wrote about the forest? His and Rachel's essence were also dense. Heather glanced at him. I documented the vegetation for the university while I was here. And helped with the food, Leon said. Gave me a rest from all that meat I had to shove down my throat. And why are you still putting every guy's cup? Rachel fell from the chair from Coral's elbow in her side. Language. We have company. She glared. There's going to be a comma right here. Righting the chair and sitting. What brings you back, Tillian? She looked at Heather again. More research. He felt the look Heather gave him. They'd need to talk, especially with how Rachel now looked at him. She no longer believed him. At least she hadn't called him out on the lie. Tell me you don't have a place to stay yet, Leon said. We have a few rooms. You're welcome to. Leon, Carl said, you know how Darna feels about the rooms. Come on, these are friends of ours. You just met me, Heather said. You're a friend of Ty, so you're a friend. Leon replied like it was evident. We'll pay for a room, Tibbs said, and added, a reasonable amount. Darna might try to price them out of staying. We don't charge friends, Leon said, offended. You do sit. I'll go get Darna. He laughed before anyone could comment. He's something, Heather said in the stretching silence. Very friendly. Carl said, that's Leon. Too friendly. Rachel's tone darkened. It's going to cause us trouble one day. But not today, Rachel. We know Tillian. She looked at Heather again. Do we? Tibbs dropped into his seat with a sigh. Can I get a nail before you interrogate me? He'd have to hope Heather could keep her reactions to herself as he lied. Or, he realized as Leon returned grinning, make sure she was distracted. And that concludes chapter 24 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to read If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it's available on Royal Road and about a month ahead on my Patreon. And if you're looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I will be right back. As far as I'm concerned, Lucas, the answer to should I do something is always yes, unless it's going to endanger people, at which point it should be no. But yeah, why not start streaming now? Wow. Are they all that long? Ouch. Oh, this is gonna be a tough morning. I don't know if I'm gonna get through my 6 chapters. You did start. Very cool. Well, let me drop you a lurk. If it's okay, gonna be like, oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. $6.24 becomes 26. Wait, what? Why is that not done? I could have sworn I had done it. Okay, I have done that, so. That is weird. I could have sworn I had dealt with that. I might do something this week. Might change things a little bit. To give myself time. Alrighty. I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 25 of Mind Your Step. As Tibbs hopes, Leon sat next to Heather and leaned in, whispering something. Donna brought the ale and then sat next to Rachel. So, the archer asked, "Who are you?" There had been a shift in authority since he'd been here. Darnell had been their leader then. "I go by Tyrone now." "Meaning that isn't your name." He shrugged. "If you're expecting me to give my real name, you're going to be disappointed." "I don't even know it," Heather said, between giggles at what Liam whispered, showing it wasn't entirely enough to distract her from the conversation. Or maybe it was what he was doing with his mouth. Tibbs did his best not to pay attention to them. "I know it. I know it." Rupert sang in his head from inside his vest. "I'm a thief. I'm not in the habit of telling the truth about who I am." "So I'm wasting my time then," Rachel said. "Is trying to figure out if you're a threat to us pointless?" It wasn't a statement, so he couldn't know if she was honest about it, but the motivation made sense, so he gave her an honest answer. "I'm going to be as truthful as I can." She wasn't happy. "All right, Tyrone. Did you start a rebellion in the city?" "Rachel!" Cole exclaimed. Not everyone running from there played a part." "I didn't," Tib said while the fighter glared at her, "but I helped." The man looked at him, surprised and hurt, while Rachel's satisfaction was subdued. "And you abandoned them to be crushed?" Kerr looked like he wanted to come to his defense again, while Tibbs took hold of his anger at the memory, but he stayed silent, his expression more confused than suspicion. He remembered little of the man, but what he did gave him the impression he didn't do subterfuge. "They betrayed me," he said, having to fight to keep his tone even. "After all the help I gave them, they turned on me. They decided that because the money I had promised them had been stolen from me, they'd make it by turning me over to the city." That was me," Heather said, surprising Tibbs. "I mean, taking his money. I found his hideout and then took the money out of the city." Leon smiled. "You're a thief too?" "Bounty hunter." The glow was faint. As much as he wanted to be one, she knew she wouldn't, until she proved herself. "What are you doing with him, then?" Rachel asked, surprised. Heather looked at him. "You spoke up," he said. "You might as well keep going, but keep it to you. I'll fill in the parts about me." She pointed to her eyes. "He's helping me learn about that." "How does he know anything about the elements?" Heather looked at him again. "I read a lot." "I knew there was more to you," Leon said, grinning. "You have no idea," Rupert said in his mind. "I still to fund my research. I'm street, so no university will let me in. I gather the money, create an identity, then spend time researching. Once I'm out of interesting books, or something interrupts me, I move on to another city. It's how I found him. I saw the pattern in his theft and tracked him. And once you found out he knew about the elements, Rachel said, you decided he was more useful to you for the information he had?" "No, I didn't have it while chasing him. It's once I caught up to him I got it." "How?" Rachel's sudden intensity in the sickle world caught Tibbs by surprise. It confirmed Cardiac was how they'd gained their dance life essence, but also hinted that they knew enough to believe they should have gotten gotten an element, which meant they didn't know about the audiences. She looked at Tibbs. She found herself in the middle of an intense fight. She was caught in the exchange. She found me in the middle of an intense fight. She was caught in the exchange. I thought she died, but then she woke up and her eyes were silver. It didn't happen in the dungeon? Darna asked. He shook his head and they exchanged looks, telling that was how they'd believe it happened. Everything I've read says it can't. It was true. The guild had never let a scholar know how they arranged the audiences. But he nodded to Heather. And what do I have to do to get your real name? Leon asked sweetly. She laughed. It's Heather. Unlike him, I don't have to lie about who I am. And why are you back here? Rachel asked, her suspicion returning. We are traveling to the Force King, he said, and Heather startled him. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to get your hopes up. What I read isn't recent. While people with an element live longer, I can't know if she's still alive. But you know the kingdom, Heather said. We could have used a platform. That would have been worth getting the money for. I want you to be stronger. I doubt a king will bother looking at an Upsilon runner for asking for help. She looked away. The reminder of how weak she was obviously hurting. Without the brand, he might have risked going directly there. Going there directly. But she might have ended up expecting quick progress if the king took her, which wouldn't happen. Nothing in what he read indicated that kingdom had a dungeon. Then you won't be staying long, Rachel asked. Unless you kick us out, I would like to rest for a while. Maybe wait until the hot season is past so we don't overheat. It's a long trek, Nadir. That part he didn't know, but he doubted any of them could check where the kingdom was. If he Darna started but closed her mouth at Rachel's stern expression. If the vegetable situation is strained, he offered, I can go into the forest and get some. It's too early, Rachel said. He chuckled. The forest regrows faster than the fields. And wild tubers will survive the cold, although I doubt they'll be the best tubers you'll have seen. We're fine, she stated. Rach, Leon said, how about you ease up on the paranoia? Taron helped us before, and we aren't fine. It's going to be a month before the first of the early planting can be harvested. We are low on everything. There doesn't seem to be that many people to feed, Tibbs said, this being a good place to find out if he was right. You're growing, but I still expected people to be living between buildings with all those who must have fled the city after the rebellion was crushed, and the path is no longer hidden. They exchanged looks, and even Heather frowned. They moved on to better places, Rachel said, the words glowing. We're also more careful about those we let stay. Darna added, her word not glowing. Now that the city knows we're here, we don't want their agents making our lives difficult. Those glowed, but he couldn't work out what about them was untrue. He nodded. It was looking like they had fed people to the dungeon, but he'd have to ask around, get a better sense of what might have happened. I'm okay with them staying, Darna said. I have a room they can have for a few coppers a night. Uh, if you bring enough tubers in time for the evening meals. I need to because earlier Leon says that they don't charge friends. So I need to address. Leon needs to address what Darna is saying. Ah, darn, huh? Leon protested while Heather glanced at Tibbs. They're friends, and I charge them a fraction of what I charge anyone else. This is my tavern, Leon. Don't tell me how to run it. Technically, it's both their taverns. That's why Leon is grumbling. Their father, I believe. I, you know what? I'm gonna have to reread the previous book because I don't actually remember. I don't remember if they're half siblings or full on siblings because his father got around. Their father got around. I also don't remember if the mother owned the tavern or if it was the father. Anyway, um, I'll take Heather with me, Tibbs said while Leon grumbled something unflattering to his sister. And we'll have plenty well before the sun touches the trees. It meant fewer runs, but with Carliac's help, he wouldn't have to spend time digging them out. He doubted Heather would care about the lack of valuable loot. She hadn't asked about the caches or bothered looking for what the creatures had dropped. Although that might have more had to do with the that might have had more to do with her injuries. Rachel still wasn't happy. Fine. The room Darna took them to had a small bed, a table, and a chest for their things. The windows' shutters were shut against the cool evening weather. Heather put her pack in the chest and left with Leon. He added his, then walked around the town to gather information. All his exploration gave him was that the town's runners were in on the lie about the missing refugees. Without a fault, they all said they'd moved on to other places, and without a fault, the words glowed. He hated that this looked like. He liked Rachel and her team. He liked the people he'd interacted with on his previous visits. If they'd fed those people to Carliac so he'd grow stronger, believing it would help them gain their element, he didn't know what he'd do about it. He couldn't punish Carliac for this, he so he couldn't order him to bar any runners from entering. He had warned them against sending creatures to get people in, but he hadn't considered warning him about people doing that for him without his input. He slept on the floor, even if Heather didn't return, with Rupert curled up on his chest. She joined him at the table in the morning along with Leon. The others kept their distance, but he didn't seem to care about what Tibbs might suspect. Then again, the men only cared about one thing, and Heather happened to satisfy that. I thought you were joking about getting those, Heather said as Tibbs used a nice spade to break the ground and pull the tubers he'd sensed. I have to bring back something to justify what we've been doing all day. Rupert pulled a small one and ran off with it. Wouldn't it make more sense to gather them on the way back then? He smiled. I have a plan to make it easier on us by collecting them now. He nodded, adding them to the bag he'd taken from the kitchen. 8 would be enough. Is one of your elements how you know where the tubers are, even without leaves and branches? He chuckled. I survived the wild for years before I had wood. After my first cold season, I read everything I could about what can be eaten and how to find them. There are a surprising number of books about that, all written by scholars who ventured out without knowing what the wild is like. Those that survived to come back then set about studying it as much as they could. Uh, those that survived to run back. Running back? They actually wrote that in their books? Mm. No, but it's how I felt after my first one, and I'd survived my street during the cold season, so I knew what to expect. Tips covered the little of their track they left. No one had followed them, much to his surprise, but he didn't want one of the runners to notice them close to the dungeon. Well before they reached it, Tibbs had to go gather Rupert. Calling for him had only resulted in a satisfied, "I'm here." He'd eaten himself into a ball and was unable to walk. He put him inside his vest with a warning that next time he was leaving him in the wild for a wolf to find. "Carliac," he called as the entrance came into view. "Welcome back, Tibbs. Heather, the rooms are reset and ready. You have runners now. People runners." "Yes." Now there was no possible doubt. How did he go about asking without Carliac feeling like he was in trouble? "Did I do something wrong?" "No, it's not you. So much for that. But I have to know something. Those runners, did they ever come and just throw someone inside you?" Heather looked at him horrified. "Throw? Or pushed? Or forced in at sword point? Did they ever force someone to go in alone and prevent them from leaving?" "No. Runners comes in teams of 5. Sometime more," Centaur added. "Only in the early times." The dungeon replied, "They had a tough time then. A lot of them didn't pass my test. I know you said teams should only be 5, but I felt bad about how many couldn't manage. So when they came with more runners, I let them. As they got stronger, they formed teams of 5. No one was forced to get in against their will?" He asked, surprised, but feeling better. "Some were scared," Simtor said, "but those who walked out weren't forced to re-enter." "What was that about?" Heather asked while he mulled the information. "The last time I was here, the village was overcrowded. The people who left for other places," she said, and he shook his head. "People don't do that, not unless they are forced. I was worried the town's runner had fed them to Carliac, but it seemed that it's just that a lot of them went in and didn't survive." "What would you have done if that had been how it happened?" "I don't know. I couldn't have let them continue, but I don't know how I'd have done that. Carliac, I have a proposition." He placed the bag of tuber inside and returned to where Heather stood. "Oh, I know about those," Carliac said. "They're all over the place, under the ground." "Good. I'd like you to replace the rewards with tubers like these and others you've sensed. The only condition is that they need to be different from each other." "Isn't that against the rules?" "You said the rewards have to be random, from a list I made. This is me decide. This would be me deciding what each reward is. How about this? Can you make a new list?" "Yes." "Make one filled with different tubers in each position. That way, we get random different ones." "That feels like it's not what the rules mean." "It respects it. It's all random." "Semtor!" Carliac called. "I think he's trying to trick me." "Maybe he's getting back at you for being an asshole," the helper said. "It's not my fault if I was smarter than him," the dungeon countered. "This isn't because you're an asshole," Dib said, and ignores Heather's glare. "This is me trying to solve a problem with your help." "You did help us," Simtor said. "We can return the favor." "But should we break a rule for him?" "This isn't breaking it. Like he said, they'll be at random. But they're all the same item, just different shapes, which makes them different items. Simtor, you're my helper. You're supposed to keep me from breaking the rules." "Look, who's going to complain? Tibbs wants it this way." "What about the other runners? What are they going to say when that's what they get instead of the usual items? The ones they like." "Only use this list when it's me and Heather," Tibbs offered. "And me. Rupert called from the pocket. I love tubers. I guess. I think I prefer dealing with runners who don't tell me what to do. I'm sorry. He had trouble believing Carliac had made him feel guilty without trying to. I won't ask for anything else. The dungeon was an asshole to you? Heather whispered in the silence. No, I called Carliac an asshole. What they were was clever. She kept staring. I told him that once he could make a second room, I'd get him a deer to be a runner. Cardiac had little essence, and I figured I had months before they could expand and fit a second room. Only, when I came back, they divided the space they had into two rooms. That's, he nodded, clever. I was annoyed at being outsmarted. Called him an asshole and got the deer. The list is done, Cardiac said. You can go in. Can I get the bag back? It's on the list. He swallowed his protest. If it came down to it, he'd claim the bag had split. Can you manage without me in the lead? Isn't it the rogue's job to deal with traps? This is just about having the patience to test each paver. I'm confident you can manage that. So you're leaving me here without help? He smiled. No. While you're doing that, I'm heading for the cache over there for the hidden loot. Your tubers. The town's tubers. So this is what you meant by having an easier way. He shrugged. Everyone's happy about it. Not everyone, Carliac said. Almost everyone. Is telling a dungeon what to do part of what your elements let you do? She asked, testing the first paver with a foot before stepping onto it, while Rupert ran across the room. No, I can't tell Carliac what to do. He tested his own. Just talk and hope to convince him. The same we do with anyone we want to help us. He stepped on and tested the next one. Take my way, the squirrel said, running back to Heather. I don't think that's what Tyrone wants. So? She sighed. He's right. I need to practice this, but thank you for wanting to help. He reached the cache, then had to open it. All it required was finding and pulling the hidden latch. Then he took the two tubers and returned to the start of the room. He placed them down. Can we agree these are still ours? Without a bag, carrying them is going to be cumbersome. Isn't that a problem you should deal with during your run? The dungeon replied, their tone sharper than Tibbs expected. You sound angry. Heather hadn't reached the halfway point, Rupert encouraging her. He had time. I'm not angry, Carliac snapped, then was silent. Tibbs, he said, calmer but also less certain. You told me there are rules, that if I break them, I could bring the them on me. And now you're telling me to break one because it's convenient to you. And Simptor's siding with you. I'm sorry. Is that going to keep me safe? No. You're right. I don't have any right to ask you to break the rule. I wasn't thinking of the consequences. I want to help you, Tibbs. I owe you for all the help you gave us, but I don't want to put myself or Simtor in danger for it. I like being a dungeon. I want to be one for as long as possible. He nodded and had trouble replying. How about an exchange? He asked when his voice returned. What do you mean? I get you something in exchange for the tubers. Something like what? He shrugged. What do you need? What would you like to have? I could use new animals. Since becoming a proper dungeon, they don't come close anymore. What animal would you like? One of those large cats would be nice. He stopped his protest. If I get you one, I get a bag of tubers for a bag of tuber each of my visits until the end of the planting season. What's a planting season? And the runners talked about the season when complaining about the cold ones? The cold one? You can send when it rains, right? When water falls? Yes, I know what rain is. Have you noticed there's more of it now? There isn't. For a while, everything was covered with water. Now it just falls occasionally. That was snow. That happens in the cold season. That melted when the planting season started. Then it's going to get quite hot and there won't be a lot of rain. That's the hot season. Then it's going to go cool and the rain will return. That's the harvest season. Then snow comes and it's the cold season again. Okay. They replied in a less than interested tone. How many visits will that be? I don't know. I'm planning on a visit each day, but I don't know when the season ends. The season will end. Let's say 30 visit. One bag full is a significant amount of essence. Will a large cat be enough? You don't know how much essence one of them has? I know about them from the runners talking. Said it's big and savage. I'd like one for a boss on my second floor. Tibbs extended his sense and located a few animals, could be which could be one. How about I bring one tomorrow and we work out the details of the arrangement? That seems fair. And there was at the exit, looking impatient. You coming? She asked when he looked, testing each paver. He joined her. And that concludes chapter 25 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, you can find it on Royal Road, and we're a month ahead of that on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I'll be right back. What? What are you talking about? Not logged in. When did you log out? I posted one earlier. I am logged in. I'm right here. Let's try this again. Okay. That was an interesting glitch. I'm missing something else. Just realized. 717. Alrighty. I'm going to start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off. Desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 53 of The Engineer's Family. Engineer, Gurgran asked, looking at the screen showing space from the center of the bridge. He'd asked Jer what he needed for his test to be effective, and a target-rich environment for a few light years in the direction the array pointed had been his only requirement. Almost there, the reply came. Just a few more adjustments to ensure the particle interact with the array, and we should be ready. Sensor, whenever you want, activate the array. Activating array, the mail said, and the screen filled with static. Engineer? Gagran said. I don't think that's what it's supposed to look like. Yep, you're right. Shutting it down from my end. Screen returned to showing space. Need to adjust the minimum time before the sensor registered the ping. This was the hall. All right, this should give us something more usable. Sensor, whenever you want. Activating sensor. Nothing happened for a few seconds, then a series of blue dots. There's the asteroid field, sensor said, roughly 3/4 of a light year away. Within a regular sensor range. More dot added, reaching almost 3 light years now, although it's not fast. The speed is because of the conversion processor, Jer said as more dots appeared. Not worth doing anything about it until we know if this actually works. If this is actually worth... If this actually works better than the regular sensors. No more dot appeared. That is the end of the asteroid field, nearly 5 light years away, sensor said, almost 2 light years further than regular sensors. Gregorant smiled, not exactly doubling Jared expected, but any increase in range helped his hunt. Good work, Hunter. Good work, engineer. Don't congratulate me yet. It should have had more range. This means I'm going to have to continue making adjustments. Maybe having all 4 particles interacting is affecting my projection negatively. At least it won't take long until I can run another test. Okay, wait, sensor said as a new dot appeared. What is that? Gregor asked. The screen made it difficult to work out where it was in relation to the asteroids. Proper representation of distance required multiple arrays to triangulate. That's the wrong question, sensor said, sounding odd. The real question is, how far is it? If what I'm reading here is correct... Okay, that literally contradicts this, so... the real question is, how far is it? Going by how long it took to reach the end of the asteroid field, that ship is around 12 light years away. Yes! Pierre exclaimed. 4 times further. Contact that ship, confirm their position. She spoke quietly, putting coordinate on screen. Numbers appeared next to the dot. Calculating, sensors said 11.839 light years away. The Klawatawa is asking the reason for needing their coordinates, Com said. To them is to ensure they won't be within a hunt's range when it starts. Relaying. Engineer the delay. Okay, that actually doesn't work. See, this is what happens when I literally forget what I've. Okay, okay. This is about let's make it about the whole thing. Computer engineer about the time delay. That's a computer thing. Now that we've confirmed this works, I'll speak with technicians in that field and narrow that as much as possible. The theory says it should be as close to instant as the regular sensor, but I won't know what the reality is until we start adjusting the programs handling the conversions. Understood. Good work, engineer. He ended the communication with his heart. 12 light years, the pilot said, awed. With that kind of range, I can fine tune our trajectory to the point where speed might be less of a problem. The range could be more, Sensor said. Explain, Gregorian said. Well, we know it's 12 light years because there happened to be a ship there for the signal to bounce off us. To bounce off. Where's the next ship in that direction? Bringing up transit map as calculated by the Federation, Com said, and dots appeared on the map with numbers next to them. Tag identifier they could match to names if they needed to. According to this, Com said the closest other ship. It should be continuing the conversation. The closest other ship in the direction is 128 light years away. Then, Sensor said, all I can say is that the range is less than that, although there was probably some rock for the beam to interact with well before that, so it's probably nowhere near that far. Wouldn't the ship prevent the signal from going any further? Gregorian asked. Studying the map, it wasn't an accurate representation of where ships were. It was calculated based on reported destination and known speed for the ships in question and how long they usually took to go from one station to another. But unless a ship had lied or purposely traveled at a speed different from their usual, you'd expect to find them within a light year of where the map said they should be. So in range of sensors when they reached that location. Another detail occurred to him. How did you know it was a ship? Educated guess, Alpha. Rocks are almost never alone in space, and the beam's dispersal would have shown a cluster, the way we can see multiple dots by the time it reaches the end of the asteroid field. Ships are the one thing usually alone in all of this. How many of the array need to be converted to get a clear picture of what they see? I'm just a sensor hunter, Alpha, but I do know the more arrays can see a target, the clearer the result will be. What is needed for triangulation? For numbers, we would hand to a gunner 7 to get a sense of where they might be. 3 will give us that if the engineer can bring the processing speed down to what regular sensors have. Delay bring uncertainty. Thank you, Beta. You have the bridge. Thank you. Beta, you have the bridge. Headed to his office, messaging Jer. Don't worry about preparing food after the shift. This is something worth celebrating. Now we had to speak with repair and maintenance to see what could be done about arranging more arrays to be upgraded. The accounts are within expected parameters, the accountant said, looking at his tablet, but on the low side. The quartermaster should see about increasing trade if there is no plan to have a hunt salvage to sell off. Never a plan of that, one of the betas said. Then I advised an increase in trade. At no time did he look up from his tablet. Even once he was done, these meetings were difficult for Beneric Gorima Estal, but Gagran rarely had to remind him he was needed. I'll see about building a list of what we can get and sell between stations, and I'll Talahan said. Repairs, maintenance, do you have a number on upgrading the arrays? He asked. For basic triangulation anywhere around the ship, maintenance answered, reading his tablet. Our estimate is that we have to upgrade 11% of the arrays with the engineer's converters. Doing that ourselves, the repair chief countered, we're looking at almost 2 years of dedicated work, and that isn't including running those pipes through the ship. That's going to require opening many of the walls and finding technicians with enough tolerance for cramped space they can stay in the floor's crawlway long enough to do the work. He recognized Jer's something isn't adding up expression, but instead of speaking up, he was swiping on his tablet. How many technicians do you expect to be able to assign to that part of the work? The two leads exchanged a look. Not many, the chief said. That's always been the kind of work left for when the ship's at a yard. I have 6 I can send in to do quick repairs, but if it takes any time, they're out of commission for the rest of the shift. I have 4, maintenance says, with the same issue. Captain, Jer said, and he nodded for him to speak. The reason not to go to Kelser for this work is to keep the technology out of the leadership's hand, correct? Yes. Once we have it working, I'll give my Alpha all your work, and she'll decide if this belongs outside of the hunters. Okay? How do you feel about having the work done by non-Calcerians? I hope you aren't thinking of inviting Earthers on the ship, Abeto said. No, never. Then who? Gagran asked. Saladins have technicians. They're on the small side, which will make the conduits easy on them. Installing the pipe doesn't involve telling them anything about why we're doing the work. It's grunt work, really. Saladins are easily flustered. The ship said a lot of the work is within civilian sections. That it's asking for chaos. We would be at a station. At a station, maintenance said. With enough time, the work could be done in a few. With enough of them, the work could be done in a few days. With proper scheduling, we could ask the civilians not to be on the ship when it's time to have the work done there. I advise against this, Captain, the accountant said. Hiring the number of station technicians the size of this endeavor will be prohibitively expensive. How expensive? He asked. I can't know that until without having all the numbers. We should be able to get a discount, the repair chief, purely on how many we'll hire. Yes, but even then it won't be significant. It won't significantly affect the over expense. We might be able to get a further discount, Jer said, looking up from his tablet. I felt to see how the captain could incentivize technicians to work for less than they expect, the the accountant said. We're about a year from Kirimas. I'm with the accountant, maintenance said. I'm unsure how being at a specific station will help. I'm on short name basis with the station administrator's mate, Jer said, which caused any Hertalahan to chuckle, and Gargan noticed he was swiping on his table with the kind of fervor he didn't expect from the male at these meetings. I don't think that your friendship with Bob Kershiram will significantly affect the cost, Gargan said. Also, the number of technicians needed for the work to be done this quickly might be more than the station can provide. But with nearly a year of advance notice, Jer countered, they could see to it there are enough. I don't know how much they'll be able to do on that account just for one ship, Gregran said. But I'll contact them. I counted Beneric Gorima Eshtal, build two budget for the upgrade. One you would like respected, and one that leaves us with 2 years of operating finances should nothing come in for those 2 years. Yes, Captain, the accountant said as Gagarin received a message from his tablet from the quartermaster. My contribution for paying for the upgrade. Along that was the name and tag of ID of 3 ships. He forwarded that to the information gathering beta with instruction to investigate. How is the fighter pilot readiness? He asked. Considering this resolve for the meeting, the beta in charge of them looked unhappy. They might as well be civilians for the effort they put into their physical training. With one exception, they seem to think they're too good to train with us. He expected he knew who the exception was, but didn't inquire about him. How will that affect their performance in combat? So long as they're in their fighters, they'll be fine. But I wouldn't want to be in a fight with them at my back. Not what they're here for. Gagarin said, then went through each of the department for their status. And that concludes chapter 53 of the Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, you can find that on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Just checking in. Things are going well. I decided to only do 2 chapters of each instead of 3, since I'm only writing 2 chapters for each of the for Mind Your Step and the Engineer's Family this week. It's going to give me time to deal with everything instead of running myself ragged. And how are things for you? No worries. That sometime happens for some reason. The 23rd becomes 25th. Doing good. Some research because the scene wouldn't work, but you think you came up with another that will. Very nice. Really? What the hell is your problem? How do you keep bouncing in and out? I'm clearly logged in. At this point, this feels like it's a problem on Patreon's side. Oh, come on. Check in. You'll return to the stream. Alrighty. I hope your stream goes well. Thank you very much. Okay, so you did post this time. Alrighty. And I will start on another chapter by confirming. Alright, confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I've got the correct image up. Correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 54 of The Engineer's Family. I noticed the Cubs aren't here. That's Sam ending Journey 2 cards and getting 2 back. Rudy's at a friend for the shift. Jeremy handed 1 card and kept his face neutral at receiving a King of Clubs. Growl arranged it. He figured it was best not to tempt you. So he discovered the pleasure of sex. Thur handed all his card with a shake of the head. Tammy is with her father and his friends. Katarina kept her card and Journey exchanged 2. How did the test go? Katarina asked as then put 2 chips in the pot. Jimmy grinned, matching them. It went amazingly well. He tapped his tablet, and the image of space with 2 dots appeared, both with a small graph next to them. That's what I got. As in your reactor detector algorithm? Thur said while Atarikna raised 1 chip. Yep. I thought this was about finding out the range for the captain. Journey matched, as did Zen. Jeremy raised by 2. Oh, my test was always part of it. That's the beauty of the bundle. Anytime the array will be used, I get data. So that was what you were looking for. Jer nodded to the 4 dot. Atarina matched Jeremy's bet, as did Jirani. Nope. I didn't know there would be a ship there or that the array would have that kind of range. My calculation topped at 8 light years. That was around 12. Middle one was the one I knew we'd get. Zed considered his card, then folded. Since when do you fold? Jeremy asked. Since it seems I have displeased my lover in some way. Playing it too safe? Thur asked. Well, without the captain to antagonize, the ship has few options to put my position in danger. He can always piss off the hunters. They're offered. Harder to do than you think. They know that all they have to do is grab me by the cock and stroke to get what they want. Without Zen in the game, Jeremy looked at his hand with more seriousness. He didn't know about the others, but he had been mainly raising the pot for its own sake. If he had a chance to win? I raise. He put 2 extra chips. What's that then? Thur asked, tapping the central dot. The Bane, Atarikna said, matching his bet. Yep, if my algorithm worked, that was guaranteed. So I can now program it in and have it ignored. Journey matched the bet. I call. Cards on the table. She had 2 pairs, aces and jacks. Atarikna had a straight, 9 high. Grinning, Jeremy spread his card. Straight flush. This pot is mine. He laughed maniacally as he pulled the chips to him. This is what happens when you aren't in the game, Atarina accused Zen. These 3 lose their mind. Don't look at me, Thur replied. I wasn't even in it. Can you tell us what you sent the captain? Jeremy asked, stacking his chips. That's for the captain. Zen answered, it doesn't involve us, but I'll have targets before we leave Kroshkarimas. What's happening at Kroshkarimas? Durrani asked, handing the card to Zen. The ship's getting an upgrade, Atarkna said. Jimmy had to tell her as soon as Gralad agreed, since the pipes needed to be printed ahead of time. Most of the upgrade, Jeremy corrected, we'll be installing the adapters ourselves, but we have a year, so we should have most of them done by the time we dock. Once the system is complete, we need to direct the bane so I can map as many of the ships within our area as possible, which is what the targets Zen will give the captain are about. You'll sell off your Halan for this? You'll sell out the Halan for this? Thor asked, impressed. Zen snorted, distributing the cards. It's like you think I only know where Halan ships are. There are other criminals out there than us. Wouldn't risking your clan's wrath put you in your lover's good graces? Atarina asked. Zen was silent long enough. Jeremy joined the others in staring. What? The man said. She makes a compelling point. Jeremy walked among the training hunters with his pack. Spread out, finding training partners, don't lose. Yes, Beta, they answered. He approached a specific group of hunters. He hadn't planned on approaching them this way. Beta, their Beta greeted him. We haven't seen you training often. I'm more of the engineer these days than a hunter, but our Alpha requested I make sure I and my pack are trained. The female landed on her back hard. Upcoming hunt? She asked, panting. It's the only reason I can think of, and a hunt that will require me, so most likely a capture. Not thinking we're going up against Earthers? Not this far from their territory. Do you mind if I step it? The female left the circle. Speaking of Earthers, he said, taking position before the muscular male. You've read their file. How would your pack go about discouraging them from messing with us again? Go to war, the Beta said while Jeremy waited for the hunter to engage, but he simply smiled. Annex their territory, force them to live under our rules. I don't think you'd be allowed to go that far. He attacked, and the male parried, then stepped aside, and Jeremy's elbow missed its mark. So something that would fall under the leadership's approval, or that they wouldn't notice. He faced the male who grinned. Would not notice would be easier, the Beta said, and the male lunged. Jeremy dodged right into the male's arm, having missed the feint. You have lovely cubs, the male whispered. I wonder how much they'll enjoy my cock. Strangers. Rudy sounded terrified. Jeremy made a fist and slammed it down into the male's crotch, causing him to let go and back away, hands on it. He punched him, regretting not striking with an open hand and claws extended. The Beta stepped between them. Enough. Don't you ever threaten my family, Jeremy growled, or I'm going to rip you apart. The male smiled. They are as protective of their family as we are. He winced. Good punch. When we seek to terrify, the Beta said, while Jeremy worked out this had been them giving a demonstration, we look for what the prey cares about and how they can be twisted so they no longer think clearly. For example, with the Saladin, the simple mention that I know where the planet they keep their cubs on is will incapacitate them with fear. If I want to scare a Cassideron, I show them a copy of their Yeshiramak. That's important to them? Jeremy asked. It's the contract of their lives. The word assigns it to them at their birth, or so they believe, and they must protect it until it's time to hand it back to the issuer when they die. Yes, they have someone's Yeshiramak is to be able to control them, since destroying it means they will never return to the word. They will be contract breakers. Are there Kashatarans who willingly go against their god? Yes, and against one of them, this tactic may not work. What would you use against the Earthers? I don't know. You said that you read up on them. We did, but that is just information. There is enough there. I would have ideas of what I might attempt, but those would be to find out what might work. To truly instill terror into someone, you need to know them more than what the reports say. She tapped his chest. You need to know them as if you were one of them. She stepped out of his way. Again. Jeremy took position before the male. Be careful what you say, he warned. Don't worry. I'll be silent for the rest of the training. Remember, Jeremy told the pack on the shuttle, this is a capture hunt. That means as many of those Halans are to be brought back alive. My pack will head to the engineering to take control of the reactor. Make sure you have your breather mask on because once I shut it down, their emergency life support may not be able to cope with the surplus people on their ship. Everyone will also be exerting themselves. He looked into the cockpit. Pilot, ETA. 5 minutes, the male replied, so sit down. Jeremy caught the female's arm, pulled her to him, and kneed her in the stomach. Kalenta, get into their system, now! Germir, Trost, keep anyone from entering engineering at Rick. Pack them up as best as you can. Rogoke, don't you even think of using any explosives that can kill. This is a capture hunt. He stepped to the reactor and quickly identified the basic commands, but while those would let him do a hard shutdown, he wouldn't be able to bring it back up quickly. He had to reduce the reaction gradually until it fell below the energy capture threshold of this reactor while keeping it going. But because this had been designed by someone other than Alex, the specifics he was familiar with didn't apply here. He powered up his scanners and set to working out the specifics of this design. Bridge is under control, Abeda said in his ear while Jeremy waited in the darkness. Its crew are subdued and restrained. Betas, report. Engineering is controlled. Jeremy responded. The reactor is on standby, waiting on instructions to power it back up. The engineer and 2 technicians are subdued and restrained. Other betas reported in, and the consensus was that they had 2 of the crew unaccounted for. Beta Jeremy Bradshaw, Carl said, bring the reactor back to function. Pilot, Yamato Garirta Oshman, take control of the ship and bring it to the Bane to be secured. Gather the prisoners to be moved to cell. Locate those unaccounted for. You made the gods proud, hunters. We are hunters, they recited in unison. We die so others live. Not today, Grell replied, the smile audible. And that concludes chapter 54 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon as well as the Ream story. And if you are looking, I think I forgot that. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Did I? Yep, I did. Okay, cool. Uh, 25th becomes 27th. Oh, cool. It worked. Alrighty. I will confirm my microphone is on. Turn off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 4 of, the October chapter 4 for A Harker. Pamela smiled vapidly at the students who looked her up and down, sometimes making it inviting to the boys she found attractive. A few hesitated before continuing on to their classes. They'd look her up after, she knew. Pamela made herself quite easy to find with her slightly Asian features she got from her Mongolian heritage, and the vivid blonde hair that contrasted with it and matched her less than smart attitude. Her bright clothing also helped. She reached the door to the computer science professor's office and paused at the sign saying that office hours were from 3 to 6. It was 2:30. But she was here because he had requested her to come. She knew that meant she was fine, but there were people around, so she had to remain in character. She checked her phone for the time, pondered if she'd get in trouble for being here before office hours, almost knocked 3 times before deciding that if it came down to it, she could charm her way out of any trouble she'd be in from being early and, proud of having reached that conclusion, squared her shoulder and knocked with confidence. Office hours aren't for another 25 minutes, came the reply through the door. Read the damn sign. Her confidence faltered. She looked around for support, but those who looked her way did so with concealed concern. She'd gotten herself into this situation. They weren't going to help her. She turned to leave, then stopped. His message had seemed urgent. Didn't that mean her being early was actually a good thing? She almost knocked again, but faltered. Professor? She called instead, her voice shaking. It's Pamela Sander. I got your message. There was no response. Maybe she hadn't spoken loudly enough. People had lurked at her in amusement, so she hadn't whispered. Fine, the man said as she opened her mouth. Come in. The office was cute in that stuffy professional way she'd seen on television. Small and cramped with books on the shelves and chairs on the floors. Not all of them were about computers. Her professor had eclectic tastes. She liked that. He finished typing, then faced her, looking displeased. A page printed, then he put it on the corner of the desk so she saw it. Her name was at the top and code underneath a question. She smiled at the perfect score. The man slammed his hand on the page and she startled. She'd practiced being startled at the slightest provocation. This isn't a reason to smile, Miss Sender. The man nearly snarled. I don't have any patience for cheaters in my class. I didn't. The man laughed. It was dark and as unpleasant as he'd ever heard. You? You expect me to believe you wrote that? He snorted. I don't even know how someone as dumb as you got into this school. I I don't fucking care. She swallowed. She had written the code. She'd read the books he'd assigned. She'd practiced for the test, and she had written this. She was torn between breaking character to show she wasn't as stupid as she acted, and her need to remain hidden. What came out was a pitiful, it's my code. The forming tears were out of frustration at the situation she created. They seemed to take him by surprise. I don't believe you. But the words were gentler. I did. I worked hard at it. She wept at her eyes. She should be proud of the reaction they'd caused, but she shouldn't have had to explain herself. It wasn't because she acted dumb that she had to be. She remembered Adam's word. I'm going to give you a warning. This isn't going to work here. She didn't understand why it couldn't. Surely the professors were intelligent enough to understand she was acting, that this was to protect herself. The man let out a breath. I still don't believe you, but, he hurried to say, I'm willing to give you a chance, Miss Sender. I will write you another test that you will take in this office. You will be using my computer, and I will confiscate your phone for the duration. That way, I will know no one is helping you. She shouldn't have to, she wanted to yell. She'd already aced it, but she'd have to break character. She'd have to be herself. Thank you, she said meekly. But I want to make one thing extremely clear, Miss Sander. If I even suspect you cheated on that one, I will see you expelled. Am I clear? She nodded. You can go. Look, Richard, Patrick said, trying to focus on the text, I'm not going patrolling during the daytime. You have hours at a time without classes. Since you can't spend your night patrolling, you should make it up then. I have to study. I have football practice. I'm in school, Richard. And now I need you to let me study. The door opened. Hey, Pamela. It slammed shut, and his sister dropped on the floor, knees to herself, sobbing. He forgot the text and went to her. What's wrong? He wanted to ask who had done that to her so he could go kick their asses, but even in her state, she'd be pissed at him for doing that, for going all protective big brother. He's going to expel me. What? Who? Why? Professor Artemis. He said I cheated on my programming test, that there's no way I can have aced it, that no one as dumb as I am should even have been accepted here. Can't you demand to retake it? There's no way he has proof since you didn't cheat. He's going to have me take a new one, but he's never going to believe that I didn't cheat then too. He's made up his mind that I'm stupid. He sat leaning against her bed, facing her. There was so much he could say. Remind her we'd said she should stop this act, that she didn't need it. You can say it, she said between sobs. Is it going to help anything? Asshole. But she chuckled. This isn't the Barrows or the Bricks, Pamela. You don't have to hide here. Don't bring up statistic, Richard. Look, I get that you aren't as safe as I'd like you to be, just because you're a woman. But do you really think that the kind of men who prey on you won't, just because they think you're dumb? It's easier to be too dumb. It's easier to be too dumb to get the threat they represent than to tell them to leave me alone. She had a small smile as she wiped her eyes. You'd be amazed at how gullible men can be when they think with their dicks. He chuckled. No, I wouldn't. I met my share of those. I don't know what to do, Patrick. The idea of not acting blonde, I don't know if I can be so exposed. You have friends who think I'm blonde. Will they stop being your friends if they find out you aren't? How about that sorority that pulled your ass out of the fire a time or two? They seem to think the kind of women you, they seem like the kind of women who'd accept Pamela Sander, the genius, as easily as Pamela the blonde. You mean that cockblocked me? She replied with a chuckle. They're well intentioned, but I can take care of myself. Can you? She got him. I'm serious, Pamela. Can you take care of yourself, or can you hide behind that dumb mask of yours? Those aren't the same. One requires that you be you, the real you, out there. What if they don't like her? You seriously think they wouldn't like the wonderful person you are? Come on, Pamela. You're the smart one in this room. Don't sell yourself short, Patrick. Hey, I even have a genius that said I don't measure up to you. Doesn't mean you're an idiot, but it means we both know you aren't one. Maybe it's time the rest of Harker met you. She sighed and rested her head against the wall. I don't know if I can. Come on. I know you can. The real question is if you want to. She trailed off. When's the test? Next week, Thursday. Then you have until then to make a decision. Sleep on it. Talk it over with someone from from the sorority. There has to be at least one you can talk with about coming out of the dumb closet. What if? Who cares, Pamela? Ifs are for stories. This is your life. Do you really want to spend it pretending, hiding who you are? Do you think it's going to get any easier going forward? So, you have anything to contribute, Richard? She asked. You're a wonderful person, Pamela, his friend said. I'll support you whatever you decide, but it's a shame you're always hiding. What he said, Patrick said, and she smiled. Patrick looked over the small industrial park, adjusting the visor through its setting in case one of them would reveal someone hiding, but no one. I told you this was a waste of time. Patrolling isn't a waste of time. We didn't even see anyone break in. Snake was. Looks like it was a one-time thing. Did you get anything on him? A few possible sighting in Pittsburgh, but none of the cameras had got a good view of his skin or face, so I can't confirm it's him. Any other robberies like the one we stopped? Like the one I stopped? Without me, I'll remind you, but no. Nothing that matches that enough to say it had to be the gang he works for. He also hasn't shown up on any of the police database. You think he's here lying low after his escape, that he took that job just for the cash? I don't know. I'm going back to the dorm. I have a game tonight and I want to sleep. But what if ifs are for stories, Richard? Clearly, Findlay isn't the metropolis of crime San Francisco is. The only thing we came across over the last 2 weeks are a handful of drug deals, which you didn't stop, and 2 petty robberies, which I did. Clearly, the police is able to handle things. I'm going back to bed. Patrick set his sight on the opposing team's receiver as the plan called for and ran, sidestepping the attempts at intercepting him. One should have brought him down, but he used just enough strength to deflect him. Ball's in the air, Coach Kelly said. If you miss the senders, they'll be in a position to score another point. He couldn't afford to to look at the ball. He jumped over the tackle attempt. As the receiver raised his hand, he tackled them and they were on the ground. The crowd cheered, and when he rolled onto his back, he saw Amelia, ball in hand, running in the opposite direction. She was tackled down only 4 yards in, but that gave them the ball, so they could still come back. Sure. They were 16 points behind in the last quarter. That was an easy comeback against a team filled with players who'd been at this for a few years. Coach Kelly had told them not to get discouraged, no matter what happened. Good tackle, number 8. the opposing receiver said, offering his hand. He took it. Thanks. No hard feeling? The guy grinned, pulling him to his feet. Hey, you're still losing, so no hard feeling whatsoever. But seriously, that was a good tackle. Keep at it. They returned to their respective team. He scanned the crowd as he did each time and easily located the Orr clan. The seven of them jumping and waving their arms like maniacs. Colby was with them, looking more amused at their antics than anything else. But he waved when he noticed Patrick looking. In another part of the stand, he was surprised and pleased to see Claudia. She was with a few people and she seemed comfortable. Pamela wasn't there. She told him she wouldn't be, that she'd be talking with people about her situation. He hoped that went well. He joined the huddle and put all that behind him. They had a game to finish. Pamela knocked on the door. The house was just outside the campus, a large one. The door opened. Pamela, what a surprise! Mary Beth greeted her, then hugged her. Come on in. We have a visitor, she yelled. Pamela tried to tell her she didn't have to, but she kept her vapid smile. She'd thought about arriving as herself, had even tried a few times to drop the act, but each had left her feeling exposed. Inside, she told herself, out of strangers' sight, it would be easier. Only, as more of the sorority came to greet her, she found it wasn't. This was how they knew her. This was the Pamela they were friends with. What would they think of the real her? What would they think of her lying to them after everything they'd done to keep her safe? That she needed it or not. They led her to the living room. Now, Isabel said once they were all seated with Pamela on the couch. Tell us what brings you here. Are you in trouble? Has any guy been harassing you? You tell us who, and we will make sure they know we don't accept that kind of behavior on this campus. She smiled and wished it wasn't vapid, that she didn't look half lost and half soaking in the attention. She took a breath. They deserve to meet Pamela Sender. I'm not dumb. Oh, honey, March said, moving next to her and putting an arm over her shoulders. Who told you that? We all know you're not. It's not because you aren't as smart as others that makes you dumb. That means you're dumb. The others agreed, some even offering to have a talk with whoever had dared call her that. Pamela laughed at the ridiculousness of their reaction, at the eagerness of their care for her feelings. Then she found she was crying. They surrounded and hugged her. I'm okay. She wiped out her eyes. Those are happy tears. She took a breath and straightened. My name, she said, dropping all the blonde mannerism, is Pamela Sender. I came from San Francisco to study computer science. She could see the confusion in their eyes. My GPA is 3.8. I'm sorry I lied to you about. They hugged her and gave words of comfort that she had nothing to apologize for, that they were honored. She trusted them to be her true self with. Pamela cried again and didn't care. The place looks nice, Richard said as Patrick got off the bus. The building was brick and wood, rather nondescript next to the other businesses, with only a neon sign of a rooster spreading its wing to advertise this was a business. Not going to give me a history? Tell me who's in it? Potential quest for the area? Patrick was on the north side of Findlay, where the two gay places in the city were located. Rooster and a club further down, catering to a more energetic crowd. They could enjoy a dance club, but he preferred quieter places. According to the reviews, Roosters catered to blue-collar men who liked to spend time in other men's company. He was too young to qualify, but he thought of himself as being as blue-collar as it got. I'd rather you keep the glasses on so I can warn you of anyone that's dangerous. I can handle myself. He stepped in and went down the stairs to a small bar with 8 tables, 5 of them occupied, one of which had a card game going. Unlike the clubs he'd gone to in San Francisco, there were no televisions, only soft music with unseen speakers. The average age of the man looking at him had to be in the mid-40s, with one of the card player well into his 60s and wearing it well. The man behind the bar was a bear. the hair on his chest visible where the white shirt with last button was missing. Patrick put his ID on the counter. I'm underage, but I'd like an orange soda if you're willing to serve me. To serve me one. The man pushed the ID back to him. I'm going to act like you didn't say anything and decide you look like you're 21. So, what can I serve you? Patrick sat on the stool. I'll still have an orange soda. Water if you don't have that. Seems like an odd place to come to for a soft drink. The man took a can out of the fridge and emptied the orange liquid into a glass before offering it to Patrick. I'm here more for the company than the drink, he replied, sipping it. How much? The man smiled. I'll call this one on the house a welcome drink. Thank you. A man sat on the stool to his right. Did you say you were looking for company? I have all the company you can handle. Mark, the barman said, annoyed. Don't go scaring the new one already. Patrick chuckled. That's okay. I don't scare easily. He looked at the man up and down. He was healthy, upper 40s. I think I can handle what you have. Well, pop that in that. Okay, just to be clear. My name's Patrick. And I'm not into games. So please don't use terms like pup or other things with me. Mark smiled at the barman. I like him. Can I keep him, Jackson? That's for him to decide, but you might have to share him with the others. Mark pulled Patrick against him, turning to face the others. Hands off! I got to him first. You losers can have a turn next time he visits this house. Patrick laughed. Possessive much? The man looked down at him. Son, we're all possessive here of young men who are comfortable with men like us. You are far too rare to be careless with. Patrick smiled and rested his hand against the man's chest. He was going to like this bar. And that concludes the October chapter 4 for Harkers. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, you can find that on my website or my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yeah, there was no way I was getting through 2 other of the regular chapters. First comes right out. Good for me. You worked! Imagine that, you worked! Nice little park, Eric said as he sat at the picnic table. A handful of them were around a lightly wooded area with solar ovens set up in places where the sun could reach them. Julia shrugged. Hardly no one comes here anymore, she said as the sound of construction machinery rose over that of traffic. I can tell why. Can I answer your question? She asked. Shoot. Eric took out random electronic pieces from his satchel and unrolled his toolkit. He'd given in after the incident at the amusement park. He'd assembled it and now carried it everywhere, in his jacket if he didn't want to bring his satchel. Why did you lie about my mom about being a weed techer? He smiled. You listened in? I have bugs all over in all the rooms. Makes it easier to stay out of trouble. Inside the unfinished creation you have lying around? He looked at the diagrams, let them move on their own before picking a broken phone. What makes you think I lied to her? The reports you wrote for me. You talk about some of the stuff pretty deep within it. I could have looked at the diagram. Not if all you can do is fix stuff. Seeing diagrams comes at a level of ability that definitely isn't weak. Eric looked up, his fingers continuing to unscrew the casing. We've covered that last year in Techer classes. All the ways the scientific community has classified Techers and powered. I think it's all bullshit. I think it's all BS. But we did go through the generalized classification they use to decide which of the classes we should be in, and being able to see diagrams automatically takes you out of the basic classes. Eric nodded. He had the individual circuits out and was taking apart something that might have been a calculator. It was too mangled to tell. He'd gotten all of them at the pawn shop. He'd asked for anything the owner was going to throw away because they'd gotten broken. He gave them 20 and now had a supply of parts. I have tools. It's easy to disassemble something to study its inside. Not without leaving evidence you did it. I have good tools, Eric said with a smile. You have something that can undo glue without destroying plastic? Her smile was mischievous. I had to use Bondol to hold the thing together. The teacher wouldn't let me get screws. I always carry a tube of Bondol. She took it out. Then there's the fact you know what I leave lying around is incomplete, not failed. Eric paused. Okay. How about this? I'll answer your question if you answer mine. That's fair. Why are you lying to your mother about how strong of a techer you are? She looked away. That's complicated. He nodded and got back to work. My dad's a techer too, she said. He isn't as strong as me, but he can work with electrical stuff better than anyone. It's why he was such a great electrician. Was? Eric hadn't looked into her father, but he was pretty sure he was alive. Some of his buddies where he worked got it into their head that they could make some good money by robbing some of the places they worked at. They convinced my dad to help them, just to bypass the security system. He wasn't going to go inside. When the police showed up, they left him holding the bag. He got 20 years at Robiston. I'm sorry. Do you get to visit him? Not really. Robiston is like on the other side of the country, and my mom doesn't want to see him. Doesn't want to see him. She's afraid he's gone insane. It's the only way she can accept he'd do something so stupid. Unfortunately, stupidity is completely unrelated to insanity, Eric commented. He found circuits handling communication, a phone screen, a camera, and various other things. He hadn't thought to bring baggies to keep them separated once he was done. That happened when I was 8. She took her maiden name back then, keeps trying to get me to change it to. I hadn't done anything too impressive with my ability by then, and after that, the instant I worked on something, my mom would have anxiety attacks. She was afraid I'd turn out like him, so I downplayed it. I don't let her see anything I finished, unless it's as simple as a phone. Eric chuckled. Yeah, she doesn't know much about tech anyway. That's why. What about you? He paused what he was doing and looked at the sky, wisp of clouds visible against the blue through the foliage. How much should he tell her? Should he tell her? He chuckled. Why else was he here? He had plenty of relatives he could look up. Stop lying to yourself, Clarkson. Why did you pick the one strong techer in your family? How strong are you, really? I'm not evading. I'll answer you. I'd just like to have a frame of reference. She shrugged. I don't know. I had to lie on the practical exam. If the school realized how strong I am, they'd tell my mom, and that's a freak storm I can do without. Eric smiled. You realize how rare that is? A Decker who has the self-control not to brag about everything he or she can do. I'm guessing most of them don't grow up with a specter of their mother being terrified of what they can do. He nodded. He considered what quick and dirty test he could do here to get a sense of how strong she was. He looked behind him at the construction. How far can you see diagrams? I don't know. I've never had to look further than a classroom or my house. He pointed at the construction. Try it. Just look and try to gauge how far they are. She looked. Then her eyes went wide and wider. She looked around at the park, towards the house. Then she started giggling. He grabbed her arm and she looked through him. He cursed. He hadn't thought she was that powerful. Julia, look at me. Push them away. Just look at me, at the surface. He saw the resistance in her eyes, the madness creeping in. Think of your mother, Julia. Fear chased the madness away. What happened? There was so much of it. I didn't know there was that much. It's everywhere. It looks amazing. Dear Tyrannus, it was beautiful. Take a breath, Julia. She was still manic. He needed her to calm down so she could listen. He shouldn't have done that. Now she knew it was there. Hey, James, thank you very much. Thank you for dropping by. Consider yourself hugged. At least she had the practice at not giving into aspect of her ability already. It should help her with this, he hoped. I'm sorry, he said when she looked at him. Him, not the diagrams around him, but him. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let you do that. I could see them for blocks and blocks, and something happened to them. The one closest to us, they changed. When you stopped me, they were becoming, I don't know what, but it would have been beautiful. That's the insanity talking. That brought her back to him. What? What you saw at the end. That's how you can break the laws of physics. But to do that, you have to also break your mind. Becker's ability are governed more by what we think we can do than the laws of physics. It's how even the weaker among us can improve on an existing design. We think of it as a leap of logic, but the truth is that it's just because we don't know any better. It's just a little improvement, and since it works, it was fine, right? She nodded, a tentative motion. So what you're saying is that if the weaker techers can do that, the stronger ones can do more. Yes, but when we do more, it's easy to push too far, to break the laws of physics. And you said that when we do that, we also break our minds. He nodded. It's why the more powerful techers go insane. Eventually, it takes more willpower to stop yourself from breaking those laws than to push past them. Why didn't any of my class teach me that? Eric shrugged. My guess is that it's partially the fact that there aren't that many techers who are so powerful that pushing that far is easy for them. For the average techer, and I'm putting that in quotes because like you said, I think any kind of quantifier for us is BS. But for the average one, they need to make a conscious effort to push through and have to want to break their mind, even if they don't understand that's what they're doing. The other part is that once you've explained to someone how not to do something, how do you stop them from doing it? Eric nodded. Julia looked around. He thought she was letting herself see the diagrams, but there was a healthy amount of fear in her eyes still. Having connection with people helps, he said. Gives us a reason not to push too far. How far can you see them? She asked. Further than I allow myself to, he answered. I lied to most people about how strong I am because I'm terrified one of them will put me to the test, will claim I'm making it up, and my ego won't let me won't let the challenge go. He looked around, let the diagram come to him further and further until he felt the prickle of insanity and pushed them away. How do you know so much? I'm not doubting you, but if I'm not taught that, how did you learn it? Do do they teach things differently where you grew up? He shook his head. Here it was, the reason, the why he decided to talk to her, but hadn't been willing to admit to himself until now. The need to talk about this with someone who had a chance of understanding what it was like. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention what I'm going to tell to anyone. She nodded. I'm not your uncle, at least not the way I explained it to your mother. And he told her everything. When he was born, his time in Izmir, being driven insane by the army, the bomb he made, his return to sanity, to the present, his second time insane, his return from that. So telepath can fix insane techers? Eric shrugged. I doubt it. It's it has to have been tried before. I mean, it should be a natural thing to think about. Insanity is mental. That's a telepath's field. If it was a common thing, I don't think we'd have the insane techers we have. They cause too much damage to just leave around if there's an easy fix. I think it's him. Peak. Maybe it's his age. He's young enough he doesn't know what can and can't be done. Powered do break the laws of physics after all, so it has to work a bit like techers, even if they don't lose their minds in the process. What I do know is that I'm not interested in taking the chance again. I was lucky twice. I think that's more than one man is entitled to. What did you make? He looked at he looked down at what he was holding. His fingers had kept working while he talked, and now he had a phone in his hand. The front and back of the casings didn't match, and the screen was cracked, but he had the sense he'd stopped working on it a while ago, so he was done. I'm not sure. Do you do this? Take random parts and see what they want to be? Hey, the lady writes. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Dimovi. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Coder Pillar. How are you both doing? How is everyone doing? Turns out your Twitch was muted. Oh, well, welcome, Dimovi, to the stream. Good. Got great progress. Great progress on your project. Started the revamp of another one. Very nice. Very cool. I am sorry to say that you've arrived just as I'm about to take lunch. So I will be back in roughly an hour to work on the Monster and Badman book 13. No, well, the thing is, I'm not raiding anywhere. I'm staying here. I'm just gonna have a wait screen because I will be back in an hour. This is just lunch. So yep, I will be back in an hour. Hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, it will be chapter 7 of I'm the Boss, in which Alex has to deal with his sister. Just wrapped up your stream, Lucas. Very cool. How did it go? Alrighty, how did this conclude? Went well, very nice. Made a playlist on Spotify, 350 song. Every song Michael Jackson is in. Nice. Your favorite artist? Paul McCartney. Close. Your fave has worked with him multiple times. John Lennon? He's worked with him a few times, hasn't he? Initials are MJ. Okay, you're kind of lucky. I don't have a choice but to go with Michael Jackson at this point because there's not a lot of people and not a lot of singers with MJ as their initials. Like there's a few very obscure ones, but if they're too obscure, there's no fun in it. But yeah, Michael's pretty good. Hey, it only took me through. It only took me 3 tries. You include everything from the Jackson 5 till Escape. From 2014. Did the Jackson 5 have anything else after that? I mean, did the Jackson 5 have anything once Michael left? Like, I know one of his brother and his sister had their own solo career. Don't know about the other two. Really? Don't think so together? Yeah. Hello, James. Sorry you didn't stick around. No worries. All right. Have a good rest of your day. You'll be lurking for a bit, Lucas. All righty. Enjoy. Is the tiger muted? Not as far as I'm aware. He was being silent, though. And he had not noticed your arrival. Welcome to the stream, Akla. How are you doing today? You are doing fine. I am glad to hear that. What are you up to? Unsure. Well, I hope you resolve it. Make sure you die. Okay, so they haven't reported on what's there. How was the reading incorrect? It went fine. I did 2 chapters for Mind Your Step and the Engineer's Family instead of 3. And I'm glad I did that because I would have run out of time otherwise. How do you mark when a new day starts in my writing without it being confusing? Ah, I mean, I mostly imply the passage of time. Like, something like this, but, um, like, are you talking between two paragraphs? Like one paragraph is one day, the other one is another. Well, the first thing I would do is a scene break, because if nothing else, like, okay, well, if the chapter's already been long, I would make that a chapter break. If not, I would make it a scene break. And I would go something as simple as the next day. Like, it context, and I'm not asking you to give me context, because this is more about the writing context. Um, you know, Mainly because how important is it that the specific amount of time has passed? Like, if it can be any other day, I just do something, like, I just do a scene break and then start something else, because then it's irrelevant. Okay, well, then it should be a scene break, but um something as simple as the next day. If you can make a scene relevant, showing the start of the day, I would do that. Um, in previous books with these two, I've made breakfast something of an event, because Tristan back then was very much, I only eat pemmican, and Alex was always, you need to try something else. Or they'd be on the road and it'd be at a restaurant, and Alex would try to get Tristan to order actual food and then to actually eat it. Um, but again, like, you're in the first draft, so I would not overcomplicate it. Something as simple as the next day I did this, indicates that it's a new day. Um, Again, remember, the important thing is to keep on writing. So the scene break indicates that it's a new scene, and then something like the next day tells the reader it's a next day. You were there. Come on, Rose. The little troublemaker was making some trouble. Well, she's doing the job she's been assigned. Good for her. And how are you doing otherwise, Angel? All well and lasting. Very cool. Now she's having a her bottle, so it's all good. She caused trouble, and now she's getting her reward. That is how it should be. The chapter was good. I got Everything that needed to be in it. Let's finish this. I'm not sure. Do you do this? Take random parts and see what they want to be? Julia shook her head. It relaxes me, lets my mind wander. It looks functional, she said, and everything seems to obey the laws of physics. They will, trust me. When I go insane, there's no way to miss it. I think big. She was subdued. Sorry. I can't let it bring me down, otherwise I'd never get out of bed. So I make light of it. She forced a smile. It isn't that. It's just that this is new. Something else I need to be careful of. You're already in the habit of downplaying what you can do. Just keep doing that and you shouldn't have any problem. He waved the phone. Shall we see what it does? Her smile was eager now. He turned it on, and after a second, the display lit up. But the welcome text appeared 2 inches above it. You made it a holographic projector? To start, he handed it to her. Call your mom. Hey, Mom, she said after entering the number. No, everything's fine. I just wanted to check in with you. Make sure you're okay. Actually, do you mind if I miss lunch? I have some money. Me and Eric will grab something at a cart. Yeah, I'm really enjoying talking with him. Cool. I'll be back for dinner. No fault. She handed the phone back to him. Okay. You can't have a plan with any of the providers and that software. How did you do that? I must have rewritten it. You can't program with your mind. Eric smiled. Remember when I said that what we think we can do has more to do with than what we actually can? It's another reason powerful techers go insane. Once we understand that, it's easy to start pushing what we believe we can do, so we can do it. And eventually you push it past the breaking point. He nodded. Then why aren't you crazy now? You did something that can't be done. But I didn't break the laws of physics. Not technically. Think of it as a loophole. Yes, I can't write a program with a screwdriver and a portable welder and the other stuff I have here. I don't even know programming. But writing a program is allowed under the laws of physics. That seems like stretching things. It is. Another reason so many of us go insane. I did this without thinking. It was all my subconscious. If I'd sat down and wanted to do this, I would have had to work harder at it. So if I can achieve a state where my subconscious, don't think that way. Don't try to create more loophole. All you'll do is call in insanity. I know you feel like you can do stuff like what I've told you is stuff you can use to push what you can, and if you're careful, it is. But you need to remember that you are powerful, and that's dangerous. There's no way to tell which way you'll fall if you go insane. You might be like me, go big and create a crater in another country, or you could go subtle and quietly take over a school or your own country. But what I can tell you is that it won't be good. That's the one common thing about insane techers. We never do good. Captain Science seems okay. Eric snorted. I've been reading about him in Chaos. Did you know that anytime either one shows up, even Science, the good guy, the destruction toll goes way up? There's always destruction. It can't be helped when dealing with power on that level. But compare Science to any of the powered doing a similar job, and you'll see that Science has an unhealthy disregard for collateral damage. I have no doubt he believes he's helping. But he's insane. He couldn't fly in that suit of his if he wasn't. That's what a good insane techer looks like, and you should count yourself lucky there's only one of him. He studied her. and he could tell that hadn't done much to dampen her eagerness. She was young. He remembered how he'd reacted at her age anytime he'd been told he shouldn't do something. Oh wow. Did I just think that? It's something Dad would say. I am not that old. I'm going to be nasty here. But you have to believe me, it's for your own good. Think of your mother. Think of how she's going to react if you experiment and go insane. She glared at him. That was nasty. He smiled. But it worked, didn't it? She nodded. Yeah, it did. It's just so enticing, knowing I can do so much more so long as I'm careful. But I can see that's a slippery slope. Don't worry. I'll do my best to stick to what I'm doing now. Good. You told your mother we'd get food at a cart. Mind if we do that? I'm getting hungry. Sure. I know a great one. The construction might be annoying for all the noises it causes, but those workers do like their quick food, so there's always good food carts over there. Let's turn this. Gotta go. Alrighty. Well, in about 25 minutes, I'll be ending the stream. So have a good rest of your day if I don't see you again today. Alrighty. Thank you for dropping by, Lucas. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you.